This is a video after action report for Modern Naval Operations Northern Inferno, the new release. We can tell, if you're not familiar with the game system, this is Modern Naval Operations, and we can tell that this is Northern Inferno by the campaign symbol in the starting menu. This video is in direct response to a request from Brian Liddicoat. He made a request on one of the FlashPoint Campaigns videos, and he's asked us to play Modern Naval Ops Northern Inferno download content. We gave him a choice of which one he wanted to see out of the 15 scenarios here, and he selected number 15, FailSafe. To give the player a proper appreciation of just how awkward and cumbersome this user interface is for this game, normally I would pause and try to edit and keep out all the boring stuff. However, that just doesn't convey the right feel for this game. So, for this reason, because there's so much long and boring stuff, I'm sorry that we're not going to cut that out for the viewer's benefit, simply because you're not going to understand just how tedious this game can be unless you actually see. So we're going to try to run this as much as we can in real time, except to save so that in case of crashes and for small breaks, we're going to pretty much play this straight through from the beginning. This video is recorded with 7.57.4. This is the latest version available from Steam. We're running on a computer just to show that we have a quad core with 4 gigs of RAM and a Windows 7 Professional 64-bit operating system. While this is not the fastest computer in the world, it isn't the slowest either. So it's well above the bare minimums required by the game spec. And let's see how it handles a game like MNO. Let's begin. When we press the start scenario for the campaign, we are greeted with our old friend, the crash bug. Already reported, already not fixed. So, what normally my standard doctrine when dealing with low quality games or scenarios is, I have a doctrine called play to the first bug or play to the first crash. And in most instances, I would stop playing at this time, simply because there's no point. It's not my job to make their game work. However, because this is a special request from a viewer, Mr. Liddicoat, we will try to find a way to make an exception and actually try to get into this scenario or campaign or scenario. But this is kind of a portent of things to come. We've exited from the crash. Let's try to load the scenario directly. Interesting. I've just updated with everything from Steam, and I get another error. You have explicitly or implicitly attempted to load a database that does not exist. Well, how can I not? Because this is just whatever is released by the game. Makes you wonder, 2 bugs trying to start up a campaign and a scenario. Did they even bother try to load it once before putting it out there? This is the quality of game. This is the quality of scenario we're going to be encountering. Sorry for the delay. Let's see if we can't find a way to get this game started. I finally managed to get the scenario started. I haven't shown how it's done here. Let's see how long it takes the developers to figure out how to fix their game. It's now almost November 2015. The last time they tried to fix a bug, it's still there. Their memory leaks, and that was 2 years ago, over 2 years ago. We'll take a look at the orders. We aren't able to choose sides, so we must play from the NATO side, which is, well, Okay, I find that kind of limited. So all 15 of these scenarios included in the campaign are only playable from one side. That's 15 times. Because the AI in this game is so weak, most scenarios are highly scripted, meaning the AI does exactly the same thing. It's not like the AI has a lot of latitude to carry out its own missions. It's pretty much told to fly exactly here, do exactly this. That's generally how this game works. So that's pretty much, if for 15 scenarios, you're playing it 15 times, because once you figure it out, it's not going to change. So here are our initial orders. We'll start the scenario. I turn off the scenario defaults and apply my own. Let's examine the scenario. Our forces. We have airborne, looks like a flight of three flights of three B-52 fortresses armed with short-range attack missiles as well as bombs, B-28 bombs. We have 3 here, and it looks like there are 3 more here. So 6 flights, a total of 18 aircraft. Interesting. Why are there no range rings for these? In addition, we have a number of KC-135 Stratotankers already airborne, and there are 3 more. 3 here, yes. So 3 there and 2 more up here. In addition, we have a pair of Voodoo interceptors with active radar and another pair of Voodoo interceptors, along with Warning Star airborne early warning. We have some radar stations and Thule Air Force Base. At the base, we have more Stratotankers and 2 airborne early warning aircraft. Well, 4, but 2 are out of commission. And more airborne Voodoo interceptors. Notice how some of them are armed with nuclear rockets while others are conventionally armed. We'll zoom out. We're going to spend a lot of time zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out. That's just what this game does. So we're fighting over the north near the Arctic Cap. We see that there's a whole bunch of units also in Central Europe. But when we click on them, we find that these are NATO cap. They're not our side. We have no control over these. They're simply, well, they're allies of ours, but we have no control. So I have to look at this and wonder, what's the point? This is just clutter. Slows down the game for really no reason. I don't see it. But we have no control over these, so I see no point in even paying attention to it. There are certain no-fly zones in their navigation zones around. We can't fly over Finland or Sweden. Okay. So we'll examine our setup. Looks like these are the enemy bases on the Kola Peninsula, and we've already been warned that we're probably going to be striking them, but we don't know which ones. So there's lots of facilities here, and looks like if we cannot fly over, we could break it, we could turn this off and just fly over it, but we'll honor the spirit of the rules and not compromise their neutrality. But we can tell a great deal from just the layout. Notice how most of the defenses are laid in this area with aircraft, air bases, surface-to-air missiles. And there's a few surface-to-air radar, early warning, and some surface-to-air missiles here, and one here. But nothing further to the east or to the south. So we'll see that most of our bombers are ready, and we only have 6 hours to go. So there's really not a heck of a lot of time in this scenario to fly back and forth and rearmor or anything. It's a one way. Now, most scenario, because this is, as stated earlier, most MNO scenarios are scripted because the AI is so weak that it has no discretion. It just pretty much does exactly what the scenario designer tells it to do, flies to a certain point, back and forth maybe, but it really doesn't do much for itself. So if you can figure out what the scenario designer is planning or trying to get you to do, then you can probably figure a way around it. Once you get out of what the designer has planned, you can probably have a fairly easy scenario, simply because he can't take into account a devious human mind or someone who thinks outside the box. That's the problem with MNO scenarios, because they are fixed. They try to force you to do one thing, and as long as you can avoid doing that one thing, it's usually pretty easy. That's why we never use the AI. So my first order of business is I'm going to check with the mission editor. Now, as experienced with this game, if you want any chance of success, look at all the missions that are set up for strikes and for the aircraft. They're all assigned to different missions, right? Never use the mission editor. Anyone using that's just a recipe for failure. If any chance of success, it's always going to be under manual control. So the very first thing I will do is remove every single aircraft from the AI control. The AI is an idiot. You use it at your own risk. Notice how much clicking I have to do here. I would normally just do this and come back recording later. But if I got to live through this, you got to live through this. Sorry. So we've taken them all off. We're going manual. We're also going to have to shut down a lot of the garbage on the screen. This non-friendly and all land weapons, air weapons, and all this other gobbledygook. Let's turn off reference point. Let's not show any, because we're not using those things. Whatever the hell that is. Let's make sure the game settings are... We've got everything going as fast as possible, so we're going to be no pulse, we're going to be no fidelity. So this will hopefully make it as fast as possible. We've also got rid of the stupid black box of death, with which I'll show. This is what we normally have. I will use a stylized because I can't be bothered to memorize all those NATO symbols. And these are my other settings. We'll go with when there's a new weapons contact or a new contact. These will be our pop-ups. So pretty much we'll have the messages appear on an overlay here, and only these serious when we get when someone fires upon us, and if we lose a unit or if we detect another unit. So my strategy is going to be, I think I'm going to try it this way. This is now just watching the layout, since we can't come in from the west, I have looking at where I'll turn back, I'll turn on. See, notice how there's no way to easily turn on well, I don't think there is. There might be a hotkey now, but generally we have got to turn on and turn off the reference points. Okay. So the enemy, we've been set up with combat air patrol stations up here. We've got Texaco, which is probably a tanker refueling run, and airborne early warning tracks. So somewhere out here is your airborne early warning track. We've got more tankers over here, more tankers over here. Now, looking at the disposition of the forces, you can I think it's fairly obvious that the enemy wants us to ram ourselves straight down, right down the enemy's throat, right through all the defenses. Of course, that's what I'm going to avoid. I think I'm going to try, noticing that the defenses are the weakest on the east, I'm going to approach this direction. We have some pretty decent missiles. I'm going to approach from this direction. I'm going to try to blast this one, then approach from the south, not south, but from the east, northeast or north southeast. Blast this one, and then make our way down the corridor, if possible. So to facilitate this, unless the enemy's got fighters right up here, I'm going to push all my fighters over to this area, and we're going to meet up with our tankers here, top up. We're going to blast this area, move in, and then I'm going, because we're at so far from our base, once an aircraft goes into return to base mode, when it runs low on fuels and goes RTB, I believe there's no way to get them off. I've tried it, and maybe I just don't know how to do it, but there's no way to get them off their mission. You cannot take control. The AI takes over, and that's it. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be bringing the tankers in here. I'm going to blast this one, then we're going to bring the tankers in behind it, following with the bombers, and from about here, unless the enemy's got a whole bunch of aircraft and knows where I'm coming, I'm going to refuel in this area and then send the bombers in down the fjord. The lower, if I can get them staying over the water, hopefully I won't have them silhouette against any geographic features over here, hills or mountains or whatever on each side, and attack the enemy from the flank or possibly from the rear if there are targets up here. So that's my route. It's only 6 hours, so I don't have to be back at the base at all. I just have to make sure that the planes will still be airborne at that time, and the bombers generally have a lot of range. We'll go number pad 9 to show an individual, and we can check the fuel, and we can see all these different things. There's about 10 hours to bingo fuel, whatever, if that's true or not. But I'm going to try to stay below the radar horizon. This is the maximum radar range of the longest range radar. Because we have it at merged symbols, we don't see the individual radar. So there's lots and lots of, looks like surface-to-air missile defense radar, shorter range radar, but there's some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a bunch of them longer ranged radar systems. We'll take a quick look at the enemy defenses and see that there are all kinds of bases. There's helicopter bases, there's bomber bases. I think they're bomber bases. Yes, bomber bases. There are surface-to-air missiles. These are fairly short-ranged. And then there are the interceptor bases. These are more dangerous. We also have some... Oh, these SA-5. These are not really horribly dangerous, but let's see. We can take a look at them. What's dangerous about these is they're long range, and they're nuclear tipped. So, with nuclear weapons, close is good enough for government work. The blast radius should be able to take out a flight of bombers, which will make me cautious and reminds me to fly not close enough together to be wiped out. So that's my plan. We're going to move to this area, take out this installation or these installations, knock out their radars, then come across, take out this one, and then either come down, I don't know what this straight is, up into the back, or if I need to, I can come straight across if I have to, or break into this area. I'm going to get all my aircraft up. Here's Thule. There's no point in saving the aircraft, so we might as well get them all into the air. will enable quick turnaround. It doesn't really matter because they'll still be in there. It's only 6 hours and they've got plenty of flight time. So we're going to launch them all. I like to launch them individually. We're also going to, I've got another airborne early warning. Might as well get her up too, because she's got plenty of flight time and she'll still be in the air at the end of 6 hours. The ones that are slightly limited, I'm going to hold back a little on, are the interceptors, because they only have so many flights per day and only such short endurance that it's not possible. Another thing we should check on are the game doctrine settings. These are the standard, and as stated earlier, unless you're actually looking to lose, you never give control to the AI, ever. So ignore MCON under attack. We're going to turn that to no. Maintain standoff to target, no. Return when Winchester, no. We'll decide everything, thank you very much. Automatic evasion, no. We'll leave the tankers on for now. Pessimistic, everything else is a no, 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 no. Okay. Emissions control, radar active, no. Weapons release, who knows what this is, who cares. I'm not going to bother with it. We're going manual on everything. So those are our settings. Oh, we should do one more thing. Game options. Oops. We're going to reset all the affected units so that they're all going to do this now. So all the units on the board should take it from here, and I'm just going to do that just in case. We're not using missions, but just in case, so we want all of ours back under control. Now I'm going to turn on the radar. I've just drag selected the base and the units. We're going to turn on. Now, why the hell would you bother with even asking this? Override strict obedience? I just told you to. Just a waste of time. But okay, we turn them on. I will also turn on the warning for the obeys. No, just go on, please. But all the other ones we're going to leave off, because the enemy can often detect me from longer range than I can him. So I've decided to leave the eyes and the spotting up to my airborne early warning. This is a nice little function. We can grab all of them at the same time, hit function 3, and fly them out here. That's nice. We don't have to worry about clicking each one. This is handy. This is a good copy from the features taken from Naval War Arctic Circle. We're going to double check. Here's our stratotankers. I'm going to fly them out here as well. And my other stratotankers. Oh, so there's like 8 stratotankers. Oops, these are not stratotankers. These are fighters. And we're going to check the doctrine, control F9, just to make sure that they are doing the same thing. Inherited, yeah, they're doing what they should be doing. With MNO, you never know. You're always double checking things just to make sure they aren't going to do something totally stupid. Sometimes it's hard to click on a unit, and sometimes it misses, whatever. So I don't want the fighters stealing the fuel from the tanker, so I'm going to change their doctrine, control F9, and I'm going to say never use the tankers. Oops. Does that work? All inherited. Well, let's try their control F9 and never use the tanker. So the tanker fuel is reserved for the strikers. The fighters, if they run low, just go home. Now I got to make sure about these. Control F9. Do I want inherited always excluding tankers, or always? I think I better use Control F9. I think we will use the always instead. Same here. We'll change that to always. And these as well. We want them to use the tankers, whatever that inherited is. And I'll change it in the game doctrine as well. Always. Oh, there it is. So it is our proper doctrine. Anything else we need to turn off? BMG layer. Let's get rid of the day and night lighting. Just everything that can take up more compressor to our computational time. We want to turn it off. Oh, here's our big black box of death. Look at that. Look how wonderfully that covers up all the information on the board, so you can't see it. Now, it's kind of a pointless exercise. It shows all the different latitude and longitude, as well as information depth, weather and whatnot, and time, which is fine. Unfortunately, weather is all the same all around the map. So because it's heavy rain here, moderate clouds, it's heavy rains, moderate clouds everywhere, right around the world. So what's the point of it, other than covering it up? Of course, some people would like to say, oh, that's a great idea to cover up and not be able to see what's underneath it. Yeah. So we'll just make sure we turn off the big black box of death. Pointless. Here we go. We're going to go no pulse so that we can actually get something. We're going to pick the least taxing method on the game. So I'm going to increase it to 15 seconds. We've got our pop-up windows, and if we detect anything, I will move my airborne early warning closer to, where is that? Svalbard? Yeah. You hear that? Something's launching. We'll take a look. Because there's no really easy way to get around other than clicking to keep track of it. There's a couple of shortcuts, but they're pretty much worthless. So we have our air refueling squadron is launching. I'm just going to increase. There's no point in grabbing them until all of them are up. And, oh, well, I think I'm going. No, I think I will grab them now. We'll zoom in. We're going to be spending a lot of time. Look at how I have to zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. Try to find what you want. Okay, let him get up. Hello. Notice how the game lurches. It's not really smooth. Okay, we're going to grab them, select them, and we're going to do control, fly them into the northern area, right about here too. Now, are we flying the base or the aircraft? No, we're going to try to drag everything and fly it up here. Thule base can't fly, but, well, no, that's not right either. In some instances, you can't have a flying airport. Yeah, that's just another bug. So we're up. We've got our air refueling squadrons airborne, are launching. I want them a little bit staggered, simply because it makes it, I think, a little bit easier to control for refueling purposes. This is kind of an interesting situation. And the airborne early warning is up as well. I think that's all of them. Because this is kind of a neat, well, less neat, more annoying than anything else. We're going to zoom out. See that we're fighting it near the Arctic Cap. So this is the North Pole, and we're flying towards the enemy. But if you zoom in, you'll see that if we are focused on different areas, the map swings around according to where the north is. So if we move over here, notice how we're flying in a different direction. And if we're over here, they're coming in from a different direction. So this can be a little bit confusing. It was when I first saw it. I would prefer just a flat map, just so I know one direction, rather than trying to always accommodate whichever way they fly. But, well, that's the game we got. Let's see, where is the airborne? Okay, all the aircraft are up. Let's see, the airborne early warning is up as well. Oh, here it is. See, I was trying to fly previously into certain other areas here, and I didn't need to. So what I'll do is I will fly this one up. We're going to bolster the other airborne early warning, because you might as well get them up now. There's no point in keeping them on the ground. We turn on the radar. I'll hold the fighters back a little bit. I'll leave them as point intercept. Now that we have the planes flying, I'm going to move them, spread them out just a little bit. That way, I'm hoping that it'll make it a little bit easier on things like rendezvous for tankers, so that we can see all the different ones. Otherwise, they just kind of muck around in one huge area and get confused. Looks like there's one tanker for every flight of 3. 3 bombers and one for each fighter. So that's quite a each group of fighters, flight of fighters. I'll keep the fighters fairly close to the airborne early warning. I don't think he's got anything with sufficient range to interceptor range to fly out all the way over here. And we'll increase the time compression just slightly. We're going to make sure we stay out in international airspace, out of the long-range radar. This is a kind of a difficult, awkward thing. Sometimes you never know what you're clicking on, or whether it's been clicked or not. So unless the enemy knows exactly where I'm heading, I doubt he's going to have a bunch of fighters just sitting here waiting for me. You never know. It could happen. But the enemy's got to have some kind of prescience ability to know that. So I'm going to move them up generally to meet up with my bombers. At 15-second time compression, we're still pretty much dragging all the way through. I should find out how to turn that thing off. Who cares what that looks like? Oh, which is it? Ah, well. We'll just live with it. That's some kind of navigation patrol zone for us. Notice how if we switch back and forth, it kind of flies in different directions. Well, it makes sense if you zoom far out, but if you're zoomed in and controlling your units, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make that much more sense. Okay, this is the furthest advanced one. So I'm going to take this aircraft. I'm going to hit Control 9 or numpad 9. We're breaking it up into individual aircraft. Of course, the game isn't smart enough to just select one of the aircraft here. So I've got to click again to select the aircraft. It doesn't matter which one. I'm going to click, and we're going to take a look at the stratofortresses, and we'll see that the aircraft, the range, performance details, they have different altitude bands between 0 and 12,000 feet. They're burning, look at their 223 kilograms per minute, and the other one's a cruise, and it drops significantly if we're flying over 12,000, and even better at 25,000 or so. So what I'm going to do is, we'll slow down for a moment. Man, I've just selected here, and I've just tried to hit the minus key to slow down. Of course, it doesn't slow down because I had to click on the map first. Now we slow down. God, what a cumbersome interface. So now now that I've clicked on somewhere on the map, I got to click my plane again to find it. Find one of them, and I'm going to hit the D hotkey to detach. I've detached it from the flight. What I'm going to do is I'm flying them ahead. I'm using them as a suppression of enemy air defenses, or SEAD. And I'm going to use this one aircraft. She carries 8 short-range attack missiles, and she can hit, well, what? Hopefully she'll be able to take out this one, maybe even have enough left over to take out this one. All I need is one missile to take out this radar here. So I think I'm using one while the other aircraft are refueling each other. I'm going to send this in. We'll hit numpad 9 and go back to group mode. We have our first emergency action message. It reads, well, we better pause for a moment so we can read this damn thing, where my first strikers are going to be. Primary allocation gives the position, and it gives primary allocation. We want 2 B-28s. B-28s are the nuclear gravity bombs, freefall bombs. And we're supposed to use primary weapon allocation, the SRAM, short range attack missiles, to be used for SEAD and airfield suppression on our way in. We have no secondary targets. So this is supposedly for caveman flight number 1. The target is the Kola nuclear power station. Let's go find it. We're going to leave the game on pause because you just don't know what happens in between until we find the darn thing. Kola nuclear power station. Is it one of... No, okay, it looks like that's a hydroelectric. Kola nuclear power station. For convenience, we're going to mark this, or I better turn on the reference point visibility. We'll make them small. And we're going to try to click, okay, add a reference point. Because there's so many targets around here, I want to mark it, and I'll even change it, click it, and hit Control R to rename it. Hello. Control R. One reference point at a time, deselect. Oh, I must have clicked another reference point somewhere else. Like, where have I clicked another reference point? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Are we able to deselect all the reference points? Let's see. Mission. Deselect all reference points. Okay. Right. Oh, I deleted all reference points. Well, that's okay too. We don't need the other ones. I should have hit maybe I should have hit deselect. Okay, we're going to hit Control, right click, add a reference point. We're going to put it right here, and we will select it, and Control R. We'll call it Caveman 1. This is meant for Caveman Flight 1. Now, maybe I'm just not knowing what I'd like to look at the message again. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to look at a message again. Look through here, look through here. I don't see it. We check the side briefing. No, we see this, our overall briefing. We can, if we look at the scenario description, we get crap, whatever the hell this is. Nothing there. And message log, we can clear or print to profile. It doesn't, this special one, I can't find it again. So in the future, if you want to keep track of it, I'm going to have to copy this and put it on a notepad or something like that, I think. But it's okay. I've gotten what I need out of here. It's just nice to have a backup. So we continue. So this is for Caveman. This is number 4, and this is Caveman 1. Flash 2. This time I will copy it and I will paste it over into a Word notepad. We have secondary target is the Tuloma hydro station. Okay, so this is the one we already saw, Tuloma. We will hit Control. We'll mark this one. Control R. Caveman 2. Still no enemy contact yet. That's fine. And we'll continue. Flash 3. We'll pause. Make sure we'll copy this one into another message as well. Oh crap. Which one is that again? I better go check my save. Hold on. Okay, 4 is Severodvinsk, which is right about here. Severodvinsk. We'll do the same thing. Mark it. Okay, we have to deselect all the reference points. That's just silly. Okay. Yeah, this is the one I want. I can only rename one at a time. Idiots. Control R. This is Caveman 4. And Caveman 3 is Iova, or I remember the name. Let's see where it is. Ah, here, the hydroelectric. Trying to add a reference point, and you can't click too close now, because if you click too closely, it doesn't register. Again, the other one's previously selected, so we have to order deselect. Look at all these extra clicks, all these unnecessary extra clicks that we have to do just to get a simple marking point. And this is Caveman 3. Right? Now, after we renamed it, we have to re-click it so that we don't interfere with our other reference points. Silly. We'll continue the game. So I think we should get 6 messages, 1 for each bomber group. Ah, here we go. Number 6. Polyarnyy. Oh, we have a secondary target, Polyarnyy Naval Base. Okay, so the first one is Severomorsk and Polyarnyy Naval Base. Here's Severomorsk. Severomorsk, here we go. And where's Polyarnyy? Ah, here, Naval Base. So this is a secondary. We'll have to try to remember. And it's Control R. Oh, and there's one more down here. That's right. Archangelsk. So which one are we missing? I think it's 4. I think this is number 5. Crawling like ants. This bomber flight is cruising along at 36,000 feet. We're going to start dropping him down to, what's how we, 25. And we'll drop him further as he approaches the radar limit. Doo-dee-doo. Make sure you have a good book to keep you entertained. Or watch TV or read a newspaper, something. Because this will drive you bonkers just waiting for something to happen here. Even knitting might help. Now I could speed it up to 30-second time compression. In other games like Harpoon, that would make a difference. Not in this game. So we'll leave it at 30 seconds. Let's see how it goes. He's still got some pretty decent amount of fuel. Let's check his flight performance parameters as well. If he's flying in the altitude band of between 0 and 12,000, he's consuming 162 a minute, so it's a little bit more. I'm thinking about sending him in as well. We'll dive down to 25,000 and send him forward, because this bomber has not refueled. We'll send him off to rendezvous after he destroys these installations. He can top up if we need it. Tanker is being Yeah, he's being chased by... Let's see if I can't... We'll try to move him in fly so he can fly parallel with the bombers so that they can try to intercept better and grab some fuel. Otherwise, you could be circling here for hours and hours and hours. Either way, we're going to be sitting here watching this not happen. Alright, he's hitting the radar horizon. I should be okay even at this altitude of 25,000, but we're going to be careful. We're going to drop it down to 12, and then as soon as we hit there, we'll probably drop it right down to 2. We don't want to take chances. It's just burning fuel. Much rather be invisible and undetected than give the enemy an opportunity to find us. So our bombers are now refueling. Great. This is a good time to... I'm going to break them up. We're going to hit numpad 9, and that's going to show the from group to unit display. Unfortunately, why don't they just choose one of the bombers? So I've got to click back on here to choose one of them. I'm going to hit, this is the lead. If I'll click again and choose the other bomber and hit D to detach it, and then fly him slightly off direction. Give him a flight path there. We're going to click this one again to bring us back to the lead. We're going to hit D to detach as well, and he flies off in another direction. Oh God, these guys are still jamming even though I've told them to turn it off. Okay, we'll go back to group display. I hope they haven't invited destruction interceptors onto us. Stop jamming. Let's check their doctrine. Never, never, no. Should be off. This should be no. And this should be no. Okay. Let's hope that if we have canceled it for these 3 units. Bombers. Hello. Okay, we'll close now. Sluggish, sluggish, sluggish. We'll double check. If I hadn't gone to unit display, I wouldn't have... No, still jam... Okay, now we got to put it on. Pause. Pause. And we have to go through each plane and turn off that... See how we're fighting for control of our aircraft? Turn off 1. Buff 3 is off. Buff 2. Shut up. 1 at a time. And we have buff 1. Let's see if this actually works now. Okay, they're off. Okay, the tanker continues to offload fuel. I guess that's their word for refueling. At least they managed to catch the tankers, so that's less of a problem. Yeah, still watching it crawl. Okay. Bombers across the line. They're at 12,000. We're going to drop them down to 2,000. Ah, no. We'll go right to 1. There's no point in keeping them at 2. You're not saving any additional fuel. The radar horizon just is different. That is correct. You have a slightly higher radar horizon, but what's the point if you're trying to evade, not see something? We're going to drop the tankers down to 2,000 as well. This says it's offloading fuel, so who's he offloading fuel to? This one's heading to the refueling point. We'll see. We'll check the fuel levels after. On course plotted. Okay, the bombers here are done, so we're going to send them in along the same path. We might as well get these guys all ready to refuel. I wonder if this one's having a problem getting to the refueling point. We got to double check our assets to make sure nothing's been stolen by the AI. Control has been taken over by the AI. No, we're still in control, thank goodness. And the tanker dives down as well. So it looks like we have two flights trying to refuel from the same tanker, which is not a good idea because there's just not enough fuel. Look at them suck that dry. At least we can see that's a good message to see it's still offloading fuel. That's fine. It would be a real shame if this AI was unable to refuel from another tanker just because it got tied up with this one. Another bug. That would be another bug. But let's hope that it works out. Let's see what happens if we move him off. If I try to fly him away from the refueling point, will he take the order or will he be stuck on the refueling command? It still says heading towards the refueling point. Okay, here we are. We'll slow down for a moment and see that our first strikers, they have refueled, and I can send them in behind the other bombers. Sluggish, sluggish, sluggish. Okay. This one's still heading to the refuel point. And this one's already almost out of fuel. So what's the point of heading to the refuel point to a tanker that's not carrying anything? I'll try it again. Refuel. The other mission is non-compliant strike land 5. Hold on, let's pause this for a moment. Has the AI decided to grab control of my units again? No, non-compliant land strike. Yes, they have. So let's seize it back from them. You never want control of your units surrendered to the AI. So this one's refueling, but this one, because it was on an AI mission, it did not accept the order. That's fine. Let's go refuel now. There we go. Heading to the refuel point. And this one? There we go. So now we can continue. I'm a little worried about this bomber flight if it's unable to find a refuel point. As this one still has some fuel, but no way it can have enough fuel to satisfy 3 thirsty bombers. And I need all my strikers. We're going to go to numpad 9 to show individuals. And now we can see the fuel is pretty much on top, hopefully. At max, is it max? I'm going to order them to refuel again. Yep, hopefully they will take more fuel. I'd like to get them on maximum, because when they start dropping down in altitude, they suck up the gas real fast. Really, really quickly. So where are you heading to the refuel point? I'm hoping this flight is heading towards this tanker for refueling. Or if it just keeps circling this one, it may as well be game over, because if once I lose the bombers, once I lose control of the bombers, there's nothing to attack with which to attack. See, such a simple order, simple task, refueling. Why is it so hard? Why is it so freaking hard? I've increased to 30-second time compression, and still note that the game just crawls. There's no missiles flying. There's only 18 plus their tankers, so maybe 24 aircraft in this small space as we try to refuel, and the game crawls. Can you imagine if there were a few hundred missiles, or even a few thousand missiles? I'm trying to fly the tankers in a straight line, so maybe it'll give a chance, make it easier for the bombers to actually catch them and refuel. I don't know. Got to be careful now. Here we are approaching the radar horizon, so we're going to drop her down to 12,000. Since these tankers do not seem to be engaged, I'm going to send them in towards the target area. Well, maybe not that far in. We'll keep them right outside the radar scope. Because we know this one's just approaching it, so we need to stay outside the radar horizon. I think this one's also see, you can't tell which one. You really can't tell which one, who's chasing which tanker. I don't think it's on here. Nope, refueling point. More than that, no idea. Jeez. Hold on, where's he going now? Okay, his path is this way, but he's chasing a tanker this way. So maybe he is chasing this tanker. Still haven't reached the target. I'm going to move this. We're going to fly right over, straight line down the middle so we can engage targets on either side of us. Trying to find out where the radar range is on this sucker, and just these little adjustments make it really difficult. Okay. I think we're catching on to the right target here. Okay, Mr. KC 135, he's heading towards you. We'll try to fly in a straight line so Mr. Bomber can catch you. We'll do the same thing here. Oh, God. I worry that if I send the tanker home, there's not much fuel left for him to transfer off. But if I send him home, the bombers might chase him all the way back to the base. That's how stupid they are. And notice, I'm just dicking around with this one group here. One. Not even looking at the base. This is 24 aircraft or so that I'm trying to control. And failing miserably. Ah, I think we caught one finally. Finally, he's starting to refuel. Okay. Look at, even at 30 seconds, we can't make any headway really towards this target. Mr. Caveman 2 has already refueled. Let's go to number pad 9, check the individual unit, and see that his fuel's virtually at maximum. Excellent. The tanker is operating at maximum altitude. Let's drop him down to 12,000, keep him off the radars of the enemy. Ah, he's finally refueling. Excellent. Still waiting to get into engagement range. There are no missiles airborne right now. Unless the enemy's fired some. If anybody out there knits, you could probably knit a sweater while trying to play this game. Keeps you from chewing on the keyboard. Sending the secondary tankers in case any of my bombers run low on fuel. They're going to be making a, not so much a sprint, but they'll be coming in at low altitude and consuming vast quantities of aviation fuel. So in order to get home, they may need to top up. Still not within range. "30-second compression." Oh, at this range, I think I'm going to activate the jamming for my bomber. Even at a low altitude, the enemy might have a chance of detecting us. Did he turn on? Yeah, just those things you gotta check. Because I think when I clicked it, I did click it on, but somehow the AI, because of all the lag, the game didn't register it. Well, we'll pause again. I think my bomber is now finished refueling. Great! He's finished, so now we're sending him in on the same attack path. And the tanker is heading home. Great. Good job. Refueling. And heading to refuel point. Good Lord. Who is he chasing? He's unassigned. So obviously he's chasing, I think he's pretty obvious he's chasing this tanker. Okay. Jesus. Unfortunately, this is the second time I've had to run this sequence simply because the first time the video crashed, it was just, I guess we were videotaping for recording for so long, watching this bomber come in, I had lost track and it just overloaded the machine because it's so long. Okay, we're within the theoretical range of the weapon, but usually it's a little bit closer against a stationary target. So probably about, when the line gets to about the second target. I'll be firing one missile at a time and giving some separation between the two, because the nuclear weapon, if it goes off, has a blast zone and it could take out any follow-up weapons behind it. So I want to make sure, I don't want to waste weaponry. I'm just going to wait a few seconds for the weapon to release. Okay, we're going to slow down to 1 second. Now I'm going to hit the Shift F1 for manual attack, because you never want the AI controlling anything, your aircraft or your attack. We're going to drag. I just dragged to select it. Now it shows up a few seconds afterwards, and I'm going to assign one weapon. Be real careful you don't hit too many times, or you could be sending off 2 or 3. And I'm going to save at this point. Okay, we increase time compression back up to 15. We'll go 5 seconds. 5 seconds is good. The missile goes out, and I'm hoping it will connect. The probability, we'll take a look at the weapon. Okay, we clicked on it. We'll click on weapons to see that the SRAMs have a probability of hit, 90%. That's pretty reliable. Pretty darn good. I'm hitting escape to try to close this one. Of course, it doesn't close with escape. Jeez. Chasing the map all over to click these stupid little things to close it. Now that we've had some separation, I have to click on the map in order to make it, shift it. I'm going to try to attack this SAM unit right here, because the blast zone, I'm hoping, will take out the other 2 units beside it. I'll put it on pause, because if you don't, the lag is just so high. Shift F1, and we'll try to drag select. Notice I've already drag selected, and it just hasn't shown up on the screen yet, has it? I'm trying to drag select it. I've drag selected it. I'm holding the key down right now, and nothing. Try it again. Here to here. There. It shows up a couple of seconds afterwards. The total unresponsiveness of this game. And nothing. Okay, we'll try it again. Shift F1. And we'll try to drag here to here. Nothing. Now I've got to zoom in. All this wasted time. Back and forth. I'm going to hit Shift F1 again. Zoom. Drag select. Finally. Another one away. Now we zoom out again. Restart the time. That's not a bad little sound there for missile firing, isn't it? the targets are SA2 right here. I don't think they are capable of counter-firing or intercepting these missiles. The SRAM are really nice little birds. They're nuclear tipped and they fly at 2,600 knots. That's superb. So any missile coming as a crossing target, if it's crossing, is going to have a very difficult time engaging it. The only units, unless they're directly in line with the path of the missile, they can fire, but usually at very close range, if at all. Oh, what's all the speed up now, hey? Something must have changed. Look at it move now. That's okay. Wham! And we've taken out some. Do you see that? We'll pause again. That little lightning bolt flash, that indicates an electronic magnetic pulse, which can damage the sensors and other equipment, I guess. Now we're going to fire another one. I've dragged so. Oh, God. Shift F1. Drag. Shift F1. This is the game is on pause right now, so there should be really no calculations going on at all. But the lag is still there. Missed it again. All right. Select. Zoom. Shift F1. I'm going to try to drag select the area. Drag selected. Okay, there we go. It finally shows up. 4 seconds afterwards. And we'll fire another weapon at it. So I'm hoping that the second weapon here will, taking out this surface-to-air missile battery, will also take out the radar beside it. Bird away. Trying to zoom out. At this point, I'm going to, there goes the missile. I'm going to fly, trying to maintain a little standoff here. We'll increase to 5-second compression. Should be fine. There goes that electron. That's kind of a Mickey Mouse electronic flash. Typical. What a lame icon. And the spoon rest radar is destroyed, as well as a couple others. That's great. The third missile goes in. Notice how quickly the fuel depletes at lower altitude. Even though a missile travels at 2,650 knots, look at it crawl across the screen. Just crawl. Yes, it's on 5-second compression, but it's still, this game still crawls. There we go. That's sped up now. Will it take out the radar as well? Yes, and the radar facility is destroyed. We're going to pause the game right now. Select the aircraft. Zoom out. Come on. And again, zoom out. We're heading towards the secondary target here. I'm going to climb back up to 12,000 feet to save a little bit of gas. We're going to need every drop we got on the approach. Good Lord. Trying to do this in-speed to shift. Notice this is where the radar converge. So we're going to fly here, here, and then hopefully around as best we can. We're going to go back up to 12,000 to try and preserve our fuel. For both follow-on bombers. In addition, I'm turning off the jamming. We're outside the enemy radar range, so I'm just drawing attention to myself if he should be able to detect this. My bomber is coming in at 12,000. We can see it here. This is the convergence zone, and we're going to meet there. They've already set up by their paths, and I'm going back up to 25,000. We got plenty of altitude here. I'm bringing the extra tankers down to this area. In case my strikers go in and run low on fuel, they will have tankers with which to refuel on their way out. We'll put the tankers up nice and high for their optimum efficiency. So slow. Okay. We don't want to be lurking at 2,000 when we don't need to. Here comes Caveman. He's following their other path and staying nice and high, enjoying that nice cruise altitude. The broken up Group 5 is finally refueling, while number 3 continues to chase. Looks like number 6 has finished refueling. We'll go numpad 9 to go into individual unit display. We still have to click on it to find out to select a unit. It's got full fuel. We're going to go numpad 9 back to group display. Click on it to click the group and head in behind the other bombers. I think this one's pretty much out of fuel. He's going to be a spare tanker, but way in the background. And so there's only one more group still chasing after its tankers. We'll increase back up to 30-second time compression as we head towards the second radar site. Oh, looks like did Caveman 6 refuel successfully. Let's go to numpad 9, unit display. Oh, gotta pause the game so that the AI will respond, for the UI will respond. The tanker is low. No, looks like it's still heading to refuel. Oh, the KC-135 is on plotted mission. Okay, hold on. What's Caveman 3? Caveman 3 is heading to refuel, right? What a god-awful mess. Continuing. I could be pulling back the initial seed bomber, but he's got a fair amount of fuel. He only needs enough in order to release weapons on the radar site. If he can wipe out this radar site and the radar site to which he's approaching right now, I'll be happy. If he takes them both out, even if he has spare weapons on and has to go home, run low on fuel, and return to base, that's okay. Given the difficulty trying to get a plane to refuel, I think I'd rather shoot myself in the head than go through this again. Still heading to the refuel point. Oh, Caveman 6, is he... Does that mean he's refueled? We're going to have to check it. We'll have to pause the game. Because all this constant pausing. Caveman 3, okay, pause, zoom in. Because it's the only way anything gets done around here. Otherwise, there's no response from the keyboard. Go numpad 9. The Stratotanker is empty. And the bombers are full. We'll check the other bombers. They're also full. So, we can presume that our tankers have successfully refueled the bombers and send both flights in behind the other groups. Okay, Caveman 6 has his orders. And I think Caveman 3 does too. Tanker is return to fuel, return to base. There we go. Wow. Only Caveman 3 is still chasing tankers all over the sky. Back to our 30-second compression. Now I suppose this will be the next unit to approach to enter the radar arc. So we have to be ready to have him dive back down lower. I clicked on him 6 seconds ago and he finally selected. Oh no, I didn't click on him. Okay, let's try it again. Click to, oh, there we go. Yeah, crawling across the screen like ants. I have nothing else running on this computer, so it's all dedicated to this one game. And it's even first-person shooter games are faster than this, with lots of frames per second updates, and this game simply cannot hold up. Notice how quickly that fuel dropped. Holy cow, from here to there. But now we're back up to the more comfortable 12,000, but we'll have to be diving back down soon. What else can I say? It's boring as hell. Gonna zoom out just a little bit. Double check my units, and I think they're still approaching on the correct paths. They will avoid the radar and fly around to make their approach. As I stated earlier, at the very beginning, normally I would edit in other games some of these long lags, but those who are considering the purchase of this game, you need to know just how boring it is. I have a good little story here too. Well, I was asked to make this video, and I agreed to it. And then the last day, I've been doing everything I can to avoid it because I know nothing has changed. This is what I have to put up. I organized my sock drawer. I cleaned the bathroom. I did everything I could to avoid playing this game. It's that. Well, you see how it works. Can you imagine sitting here hour after hour, day after day, trying to play this thing? Because that's what you're doing. You're almost playing it in real life, real time, no matter what the compression is. If this was a harpoon scenario, we'd already be done. Naval War Arctic Circle? Probably. See how we're on 30-second time compression and only increasing by 2 or 3 seconds at a shot. That's it. We can try maybe 30 seconds is too much. We'll try 15 seconds to see if that helps. No, we're still advancing 3 seconds at a time. 3 or 4 seconds at a time. Two seconds at a time. Really? 2 and 3 seconds at a time. This just blows. Oh, maybe now we'll take a chance to take a look at our tanker. Let's see if he's caught the last one and managed to refuel. Nope, still heading to the refuel point. Good God! Okay, we're going to head in with our tanker. Maybe he can catch us from behind. First group's up, and he's in. We're now going to dive down to 2,000. He's approaching the radar horizon. The tanker is going a little bit too far into the radar envelope, so we're going to back him up, make sure he stays outside. You know, I was thinking if this game was any good, I would have refueled one more time. I top it up just here before we go in, but look at all the headaches we had just getting the original refueling done. It just isn't worth it. I'm trying to move this, it's just not registering. There we go. Finally, third time we had to click on it in order to get it to accept a change in orders. Look at that mouse lag. Since it makes no difference between one fuel consumption, makes no difference between 1,000 and 2,000 feet, may as well go in at 1,000. I think we're going to make our approach and try to take out these radar here. It'll give us a chance to spread out the bombers. So that the enemy can't take us all out with one nuclear weapon. The bombers are still chasing after the tanker. He's traveling at 408. The tankers are traveling at 480 knots and the bombers at 450. It's no wonder they can't ever catch them. That's just stupid. Okay, so we're going to move down to loiter. Let's see if we can't loiter just above well, whatever loiter is. Give a chance for the bombers to catch it. Now, this is just how stupid the AI is. You've got a tanker moving at 480, bombers chasing after it, trying to refuel from it. The AI has, well, it says it's trying to meet the refuel point, yet the tanker hasn't got the wherewithal to actually slow down to let the bombers catch it. Everything had it. If I hadn't noticed it and gone to manual and slowed down this plane, I don't know if they ever would have caught it. Or we would have been chasing all year. The stupidity of the AI and MNO is something to be seen before you can actually believe it. It's that bad. We've entered the radar horizon with my secondary group, not the secondary group, but the remaining group. We're down to 1,000 meters, 1,000 feet. Good. Good dive, just in time. Look at them suck the fuel already. Just getting from there to here at this lower altitude has consumed, what is that, 20%? 15% of the fuel. Plus, we still have to fly out of here. Look at all these stats, right? Jeez. What? It's just overload of information that's just useless for the most part. Oh, it's 83,000 kilos of mission fuel and 18,000, and I know that exactly turns out to whatever this value is. Like swamping a player with all this information somehow makes the game gooder. Sure. What's the point of having all this superfluous information when the simplest command of, hey, refuel these planes, and the planes haven't got the brains to actually get together? They chase each other halfway across the sky, and only player manual intervention saved them from they would I don't know, if one plane's traveling 480 and the other one's traveling 450, mathematically they would never catch it. So what's the point? Either turn around, give up, whatever. But they haven't got the brains for that either. Are we back to 1 second time compression? Let's make sure. Nope, we haven't got anything zoomed up here. No pulse, so we're trying for fast, whatever the hell that is. We are now 2 hours have passed. 1/3 of the game time has elapsed. 1/3. There are some people who like to play every game in real time. There was one multiplayer Harpoon player who insisted on playing the battles at real time, or maybe at most maybe 5 second compression. Anything else, and he'd complain, "Oh, you're rushing me! It's too fast! You're crazy!" So we would play 3-hour scenarios. We would play these scenarios that covered the span of 72 hours, 3 days. And he would insist pretty much playing on the entire or try to play the entire thing at real-time compression. So, guess who won? Yep. He won every single time. Because everyone else had gone off to read the newspaper, have lunch, play with their kids, whatever. He always won. Sending in the secondary group now. We're trying to have them follow on the heels of the first strike wave, because if the first one gets wiped out, or for whatever reason needs help, we have the second one ready to punch through or take advantage of the gap, if we can kill those radar. Gonna have to be careful with the second wave too now. We're diving down low. Once they get down low enough, I'm going to break them up into the individual bombers again, trying to spread themselves out. That way, if the enemy interceptors come up and they shoot down a bomber, they'll get 1, not 3. Time to check on caveman number 3. Are they finished refueling? Not likely. Otherwise, the enemy... Hold on. Is he done refueling? We check. We go to numpad 9. Check the individuals. Nope. Should I try again? Okay, he can't. Let's try him at 300 knots. All that effort to refuel. Staggering, isn't it? Simply staggering. So is he trying to refuel with this tanker now, this tanker now, this tanker now, or one of them down here? You're forced to micromanage, and then you don't get a choice of micromanaging which tanker you want to go to. It's just so asymmetric. Would that be the term? I'm trying to keep over water because that way I don't have to fly over the land and expose myself to being silhouette against the ridge. Fuel down to 75%. I still have 5 weapons aboard. If I can spend 1 or 2 after this one and maybe take out this one or another one here. Oh, it's a 5-second compression? Sorry. Should have gone up to 15. Maybe that'll help a little. A little. Still diving. 20,000 feet. We're too high up. I'm okay keeping the group together, but I'll try to break them up soon enough as they make their approach to the target. By having 3 in a row, I can or 3 spread out, I can try to keep a missile in the air, a wave of missiles in the air. As each one fires, turns around, the next one can fire, turn around, this third one fires and turns around, the first one should be able to re-engage by the time the third one is firing. By rippling them in this manner, it keeps the enemy surface-to-air missile defenses occupied, and they're unable to. If I launch from the same position 3 missiles, if they hit the first missile with a nuclear weapon, then they can disable all 3 missiles because of the close proximity. By spreading them out, I can try to force them to fire 3 weapons to engage 3 missiles. That means 3 chances. They need 3 good hits in order to take them out. At least I think the 15-second might be the best time compression. 30 might be too much, and we can try that. We'll try for 30 and see if it eats the compression any easier. It not too bad. Not exactly great either. Okay, we're getting near the launch release position. I think we can go active. Who's still coming in? Time to check on number 3 again. Where the hell is he? Oh, is he trying to hook up with this guy? Looks like that's his direction. Okay, let's help him out. Let's fly back. Maybe we can give him a chance to refuel. Here's another tanker coming in. Maybe we'll give him an option here. And bring him up to regular cruise speed rather than crippled at 300 or 200 or whatever we had set it for. Jesus, come on. Alright, time to break up. We're down low enough. Pause the game, because that's the only way you can get some kind of control over the mouse. Select one of the planes, go to numpad 9, select one of the planes, hit D. It's now detached, and we will go towards... Hello. We will hit again. That was lead fortress. D. We'll try the third one. We can't. Where's the third one? Ah, okay. D. Detach. Maybe there's nothing to detach. Okay, it's still a lead fortress, so we detach it and fly down the middle. Great. Caveman 4 dissolving. Fantastic. Now we continue. I admit there's not much separation, and they're not flying divergent enough courses to separate them fully, but a little bit's better than nothing. We may as well get into the habit of flying separately. Since it doesn't matter whether we fly to 1,000 or 100, we may as well get it right down to 100. This game, I don't think, has any penalty for flying at very low altitude. For example, Harpoon Classic used to have aircraft fly into the ground or into the ocean if they were not trained or they did not have very low altitude capability. We're approaching the second radar. Well, not second, but the radar site. Okay, we're hitting Shift F1, going manual. Hello. There we go. Selected. Great. One away. Head towards the second target. No surface-to-air missile defenses detected. This not second target. This would be the tertiary site, I guess. Once we wipe this one out, we will send the bombers in a little further down across around this circle, and maybe we approach, I don't, is this the Kara or White Sea? I don't remember. From that point, we could possibly make an approach on Archangelsk and Severomorsk. We have a contact. Looks like it doesn't tell us which one detected it, of course. It just tells us one detected at 283. So I'm looking at the pi wedge formed by this contact. I think it's the jamming from this bomber which has attracted the enemy, and he's turned on his own radar. Unfortunately, he's within range, or not within range, but he is in the path of these. Now I'm hope maybe this jammer will be able to draw him draw him away from these bombers, which is excellent. Another radar is detected, or contact. Unfortunately, we don't have a time to impact. I certainly hope he's drawing away these interceptors. They're still armed with 4 strategic B-28 gravity freefall nuclear weapons. But I don't want to be flying over the target. If I can kill them with long range, or well, they call them short range, but these short range attack missiles, I'll be quite happy to destroy the target. There we go. Got it. Time to move the other bombers around. Oh, we're still in unit mode. Okay. Let's fly here. And bring some tankers in a little bit closer. These fighters are quite annoying. Come on, head to the refuel point. Flying 230 knots. Give him a chance to catch you. I may have just lost the use of these bombers altogether, simply because they can't get any fuel. How silly is that? I think that I don't want to risk flying this bomber right smack into an interceptor, so we're going to try and move them around. Don't know if that's going to save us, but better than nothing. And I'll spread out a few of the tankers. God only knows where this guy's running. Is he slowing? 432 knots. Is he slowing? Heading to a refuel point? Turning? Chasing after the tanker, perhaps? Quite perhaps. Okay, now that we have a moment, we have our bombers coming in behind. I'll zoom in. Maybe it's time to break up this group as well. Yes. We'll go to numpad 9. Select a bomber. Detach it. Try to gain some separation. Good Lord. This is the lead bomber, so we don't want to take him out yet. Detach another one. Now we go for the lead. God, it's hard just to check one stupid... Okay. Detach it and it should break up. Right. Okay. And we'll restart as well as the clock. Go back numpad 9 to group display mode. We seem to be attracting the attention we seek. Let's hope we don't get too much attraction and the enemy kills us before we actually get our birds off. We still have 4 wonderful missiles. With luck, we've been taking out one site at a time. 4 more would be excellent. But I think we have been drawing them away from the other bomber here. So just as nice. Let's hope we don't lead them into the flight of 6. I wonder if it'll help for us to dive down for a moment and then climb up in order to release. Let's try it. Down to 100 feet. Am I simply revealing myself? Let's hope not. Someone's got to pay the price of jamming, and jamming is emitting electrons for counter detection. Really burning the gas. I think we're down to 3rd. Uh-oh, another contact, 2 more. From another bomber here, looks like. Oh, got to keep every time. Oh, Christ. We got to click on the map, make it active, and then hit the start resume. Stupid. Okay, because of all that requirement, I think I'm going to turn off to pop up for new contacts. Just too much work to close. We're getting near the target. Time to climb up. Look how quickly the area of uncertainty expands for these. We detected them a minute and a half ago. Now, why would they keep spreading all this more spam information? Well, we know it's a minute and a half, but what's more important is the area of uncertainty. What good's the minute and a half? This is the important information here, and there's no way to kill this. I don't know of it. Tried it. Oh, we're still on 5-second time compression. Well, we're just coming up to 1,000 feet now. We're shift F1 and release. Hello? Yeah, shift F1. Nope, still out of range. Here we go. Shift F1. I think we got it. No! There we go. One away. Turning for the major base here. We have a second bomber approaching her target area. Up we go. We notice, remember, it's about 95%, so we have to wait for a little while longer. Could this one be in? We're going to try to go after this surface-to-air missile site. I'm getting good. Bird away. Now we go for the other cluster of radar and SAM. I think this target will come up first. Let's try it. No, slightly off. Try another 5 seconds. Bird away. Got a radar here. I think better pause it at this time so I can get more precise target information. Okay. We got to zoom in close. Let's see if we can't hit one of these. I'm trying for double score bonus, so I'm going to hit this radar and hopefully take out the SAM beside it. If I'm allowed. There we go. No, I can't. Oh, hold on. There's a lot of targets here. Maybe I can get one of them. Hold on. Okay. Which one can I hit? Well, I can't hit any of them. Okay. How about this one? All right. One away. Okay, final missile. Going after the radar. Spoon rest, I believe. Yes, it is. Final one away. I don't think it's worth the risk going after him with nuclear gravity bombs. So, with the last bird off, time, it's Miller time. Should we fly up high? I'm going up high, just to spread the jam distance. We've already fired 2 birds from this one, and we have targets right here. So we're going after Severomorsk, and Polyarnyy Naval Base. We have a detonation, radar destroyed. Alright, we're going to change the head towards this radar. I think we don't have any aircraft allocated. It will give us a chance to separate the strikers just a little bit. Come on! I'm holding it here. Oh, look at that lack of response. Wow! We'll dive back down low. Bogeys detected. The SAM is destroyed. Uh-oh. Looks like we have not killed a radar site here. What shall we do? I'm going to climb up. Oh, God. I clicked on this one, and it goes up. Look how the displays can't even show in decent time. This is my mistake. I need to head towards the target, the initial target, the primary target. And I'll stay low. I'll allow the second bomber to try and take out this radar site. God, what pathetic response. Another hit. Radar's down, as well as some surface-to-air missiles. We're looking for the 1,000 meter altitude, and we're there. Shift F1, drag select. Hello, there we go. Bird away. Heading back towards the primary. Diving down. Another explosion. Darn it, we didn't get the SAM. Another two secondary explosions. No, just one. Another bogey detected. Come on, seconds away. We're approaching release altitude, or release distance. Just a little bit more. Once we hit the range, that's a good indicator that I should be climbing, because we cannot fire at maximum range. We're at 95% anyway, so we might as well use it. Once we get within the range ring of Polyarnyy, that's when we climb. Radar down. Do a quick zoom. Time to climb. Now, I normally would concentrate my weapons on the primary, because the primary would well, where I need to. Those are the main points. However, it's not a waste of weaponry by targeting the secondary or a missile unit near the secondary, simply because the enemy must still engage. It gives me more time to get more birds in the air. Okay, I think we're within range. Shift F1. Notice I've dragged the selected the area and it just doesn't register with the computer because it's such lag. Okay, nothing's in target, nothing in range. This SA5 Gammon is a prime target simply because it also has nuclear weapons. So if we take it out alongside Polyarnyy, I'm just as happy. Here we go. We've got to be within range now. Shift F1. Waiting for it. There we go. Register. Man, I should count that. Polyarnyy. Okay, off you go. Got to give it a few seconds, simply because if I don't, I could have fratricide, my own unit, my own missile destroying my own missile. Birds away. Okay, second one. I think we're going to try to take out the SA5. It's all the same here. If we take it out, my other missiles should have a better chance of getting through. If I could select the damn thing. Oh well, we're already here. There's so much trouble firing. I just take the easy way out. We had a chance. Now we are able to fire on the primary. Bird away. Back to the secondary. More bogeys detected. And back to the primary. Oh, that explosion sounds like that's an air burst from the surface-to-air missile. So he wiped out my striker. Okay, we're firing again. Drag, select, come on. Birds away. One more. There's another air burst. Look at all that damage he's doing. Well, hopefully he's doing damage to himself. But he got another one of our missiles. And we have a hit. What got hit, though? Let's back out for a moment. We have a striker here. In range. And out. Okay. Not in range. We heard an explosion here, but what got hit? Was it just the surface-to-air missile detonating? Well, we're going to send the last one after the primary. Last chance. Well, not last chance, but here we go. Bird away. Another airburst. With my missiles exhausted, going to try to draw the fighter interceptors northward. Hopefully they will give this bomber a chance to penetrate and deliver her missiles. We still have a striker in the south. In range. Damn it. Plus a surface-to-air missile unit still in the south. Bomber's getting in range. Time to climb. Another airburst. Missile gets through. Will it be enough? Explosion! Nope. I think he detonated it above him, not over him. Not on the target. Bomber's up. Poly gets another one. Hello. And can we add one on to Severomorsk? Come. Look at that. How difficult can it... Look at that lag. And we'll try it again. Bird away. We also have a bird over here. I think we've got to be close enough already. Okay. Bird away. Now we take out the extra SAM unit because he has a radar as well. Birds away. And we release our final attacks, our final missiles. Hopefully we'll survive the release. We'll wait for the range ring to disappear. Gone. Time to get the hell out of Dodge. And we dive low, trying to evade. Let's see. We have a moment now. We'll take a look to see if where the rest of our strikers are. Where's the third bomber group? Caveman 6. And who is this? Oh, for God's sakes. It can't be this hard to click on something! Caveman 6. Okay, where's the... Tanker? Tanker? I should have a third bomber group here somewhere. Still trying to... For the love of Christ. Ah, finally, he's refueling. Finally. Okay. Look how hard it is to find just the simplest information in this game. All over the place. I'm trying to shift the map. There's nothing calculating. It's on pause. There's nothing calculating. Yet it does not take orders. Shifting the bomber groups are going to come down the... I guess I don't know what that name is. Whatever that is, we're going over the water, down the slot. And I think I'll try to... May as well fly them in now. Who's that other group? Is there a third group here? See, how can you just can't click, you just can't find them. Okay. More explosions, airburst. I think he got our missile again. We have a contact. We have detonation. Another radar site is down. SAM site as well. Severomorsk is destroyed. What about Polyarnyy. Lost contact with the bogey. Polyarnyy is destroyed. Secondary. So primary and secondary destroyed. Another SAM site here destroyed. The coast is clear. We're now heading towards Murmansk and Archangelsk. So, Archangelsk and Severodvinsk. Severodvinsk? Something like that. Ramping back up to 15-second compression, hopefully. At least we now have, we know that there is a third flight backup. God, what a pain. Really? We're cruising at 318 knots? What the hell's wrong with this cruise speed? $314 knots? Are we talking the same bombers here? It's the same bomber, but somehow we aren't able to make past. Oh, I can't even. I'm not even going to start looking why this is happening in this game. Keeping the jammer within range of this large, long-range radar, trying to distract him from my strikers inbound. The time, once again, is just crawling. So there are 2 targets here, and we still have 3 more over here. Plenty of time for the enemy to get his defenses in order. We noticed how effective the SA-5 nuclear warheads were in deflecting our attacks. I think that the enemy also has 2 more down here. But it seems as though we're free from the MiGs for a moment. My 2 bombers appeared to have survived as well. We're going to climb up high and jam. Come on, Ivan, look here, look here. Let's go look for caveman number 3. Where are you? Where you be? Here you come. Late to the party, but we'll take you. And he'll dive down low right about here. Okay, this is insane. Speed 311. Pause the game. Let's find out what the hell's going on with this aircraft. Go to numpad 9, breakup, and we're going to select one aircraft, detach, I just don't get it. Is this a different aircraft? Cruise 311 is still a B-52G. $450. Okay, well. Well, we've got them all separated now. We'll go back to group display. Well, this one isn't separated, but that's all right. This is my furthest striker. Hope he doesn't have to climb up too high over this bluff. I think we can fire without him actually reaching this area. He should be in range. If I don't die of old age first. See, there's an SA5 group. Just crawling towards the target. When they reach launch range, I think I'm going to concentrate on, might as well concentrate on the SA5 missiles. Yeah, they're right around the town anyway. Good God, how can you trying to click on this bottom? Impossible! Look at that lag! Okay, that's Severodvinsk. There's one SA5 above it and another SA5 above it. So maybe if I take the one in the middle, it'll get them both. But of course, we'll have to zoom in, back out, zoom in, back out, zoom in, back out, just to select it. What a pain. Okay, Striker's getting in. Interesting though, if by the time I get within range, I'll be within range of him when he's in range of me. I'm hoping that maybe this little, I don't know what you call it, land mass, headland, will shield us. Still approaching. Tortoise pace. Mobile radar detected. Is it a SAM unit? Don't know. I think we'll finally be able to use the automatic attack. I think I'm going to allocate all 8 of them against this one, because there's 2 SA-5 units. All I need is one hit to take them all out. Or so I think. Well, here's an example of a major screw up because you can't see or control everything. I flew my bombers in at 36,000 feet. Max, well, not max, but pretty high up. Open to everybody to see because I just can't keep track of everything around here or even check things easily. So let's see how, if the enemy punishes me for it, a human would. Yeah, and another flight coming in behind it. So we managed to dive one down and the other one, hello, we're on pause. No calculations can be made, yet it still hangs. Let's see if the enemy responds with MiGs to intercept these bombers. Still diving down low. Maybe we still have time to be lost in the clutter. Another bogey detected. Can't even be bothered to go looking for it. MiGs in the air. There we go. I wonder how long it'll take all 8 missiles to get off. Don't want to use the automatic. I just want them off as soon as possible. No, if the enemy has... that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think I still have to have some separation. That's right. If I fire them all at the same time and the enemy manages to gets a nuke up there, I'm sure he will get a nuke up there, then he's going to be able to destroy more than one missile at a time. So I don't think I want to fire all 8 at the same time. What I think my strategy is going to be, if I can pull it off, is we're going to fly down the middle here, and I'm going to alternate missiles towards the SA-5 battery and the Archangelsk. So by firing one here and then one here, one here, one here, one here, I hope that I will be able to get enough separation that it prevents the enemy from destroying missiles en masse. Okay, here's the first. Let's try it. Let's see if we can get them off the ground. Pause the game. Shift F1. Manual attack. There we go. Oops. No. We don't want automatic. No. And let's see if I can get one off on Archangelsk as well. Well, no. We better make sure it gets launched first. So we'll start with 1 second compression. It's off. Now let's see if we can get one off at Archangelsk. Wonderful. There's a second bomber here. How do you even select it? He'll do the same. Oh, we don't want to do the same, because if we do, we just give the enemy another chance to knock out two of them at the same time. So we don't want to do that. Let's see if we can slow down. We'll go to loiter and change our approach speed so it's just behind the other. Second bird away. Okay, birds out. Let's attack again. Trying to get the computer. There we go. Trying to get him to respond to us. No, that's not what I wanted. So hard just to select a target here. Hello. Got the drag select up. Here's another one. Bird away. Archangelsk gets a second. Back to the SA5 unit. And alternating with Archangelsk. And the final bird goes to Archangelsk. Bird away. Time to get out of dodge. Trying to zoom out. Jeez. There we go. And we'll jam on our way out as well. We'll select the second target, second bomber. Give him 5 seconds for the missiles to reach out a little bit, and repeat the process. Here we go. Hello. I don't think it matters much at this point. We're going to go one on each if we can. Birds away. Second. Keep the birds flying. This could very well be overkill, but got plenty of weapons. Okay, so we're going to make sure this one flies along the coast. If you would just accept the orders. And another bird for Archangelsk. Whoa! Airburst! How many did he get? I think he got one missile. Only one. Okay, he's not allowing me to attack, so I'm going to have to shift F1. Wait for it. There we go. Wow. Such work. This game is such work to do the simplest things in the world. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Another nuke goes off. Too bad he doesn't get his own plane, though. Okay, one more, and we're going to try to drop it right on Severodvinsk, in case a near miss isn't going to be good enough. No bomb, please. A bomb would make the plane fly actually into range to try to drop it. So you got to be careful about that when launching those short-range munitions. If they're out of range, I think it sucks the plane in. And the bird's finally away. Yep, last one's gone. Time to move. Let's see how the nuclear strikes go in. Got 16 birds. Well, not 16 birds. Maybe 10 or 12 left in the air. I'm gambling that they should be enough. Bam! Got a hit. No, airburst. We took out. Oh, Archangelsk is destroyed. So 3 or 4. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wasted. Oh well. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 wasted. Whatever's wasted is wasted. More airburst. Another Archangelsk. Nope. Another airburst. Ah, hell! What the hell is he doing shooting at this one? Oh, I guess it's an SA-5. Okay, my mistake. Just can't zoom in fast enough, far enough. Got one more bird. And he got an airburst here, so he's wiped us out. Okay, time to bring in another bomber. Here we go. Closing with another bomber that still has 6 attack missiles. Enemy fighter detected. Another bogey. Let's try to take him out again. 6 more. Will it be enough? Bird away. Two away. Come on. Three. Stream it. Uh-oh, I don't think I fired one. So you double click it and it just didn't register. Man. Nope, there goes an air burst. That's why we got to keep streaming it. What a pain, huh? One missile at a time. Now maybe the automatic engagement sequence might work, but you don't know. You just don't know. There is no confidence in this game whatsoever that the AI will do something smart. So if you don't handle each and every engagement manually, micromanage the hell out of everything, you're just asking for disaster. More airburst. He's got 3 SA5 batteries here. That's a lot of firepower. Hello. Of course, he doesn't clear off, so I have to guess as to where I'm shooting. Bird away! Final! Okay. Try to zoom out. Missiles outbound. We still got 3 in the air. Will it be enough? Nope, another air burst. Is that 2? No, that's 1. Another air burst. Wham! Last one taken out. Time to separate all these bombers as well. We'll send another one after our Severodvinsk. Trying to click on it. All right. Are we in unit or how can you tell? Unit or well, numpad. Okay, it seems as though they're the same thing. So, if it's the same thing, then we might as well go send one toward Severodvinsk. Oh, gotta break up this attack too. Hold on. We'll pause it. Where's the big group? Here you go. Go numpad 9. Detach. Oh God. Numpad 9. And then select one and detach. Select one and then it's the wrong one. You can't detach. Okay, detach the lead. Detach the next one to take the lead. And one more lead, hopefully. There we go, the third lead. That probably isn't such a good idea to fly them all. I'm breaking them up and then making them follow the exact same path. That's kind of stupid, isn't it? I'll fix that later. Hello. Still trying to select one plane here. Find one plane here. Oh, for the love of God. Look how hard it is trying to find a plane here. Really? Without zooming in 300 times to find this last plane? Okay, I hope everyone is noticing just how hard it is to locate an individual plane. There's a group of 3, and I'm trying to do it without actually zooming in like crazy every single time. But it doesn't seem as though it's even possible. So I've broken 2 out of the group. I'm looking for the 3rd bomber of the group. All this work, trying to just break up a group. Simple task, right? Simple, should be simple as pie. Going numpad 9. Looking for that group. What a freaking mess, eh? All over the place. All right, we'll try to break up the group later on. What a mess. Should be simple. Not. The enemy is willing to litter his entire backyard with nuclear fallout. So how are the fortresses expected to even drop a bomb on the target? That's just nuts. If a 2600 knot missile cannot get through, a 300 knot bomber is unlikely to do much better. Now we've got to find a way around these fighters. While at the same time trying to kill this base. Let's see if we can't give him something to chase. Climb up! Climb up! We'll go back to the 15-second time compression. Let's see if we can't get some movement here. Bogey's lost. So they must have short-range radar. Maybe now there's a little bit of separation. I can try to find that group. Oh, of course, we'll have to pause the game first before we actually go looking, because the game will not respond. If you are trying to zoom in, it won't respond very quickly. So we're constantly pausing this damn thing just to take a look at something. Just to try to find something. There's no flow in this game. Still looking. Where's that group? We were looking at the third. Okay, that's 2. Where's that group marker? Did we all break them up already? Okay, looks like we have them. Seems to be all broken up. I'm going to ask them to fly on the south, or not, I don't know if that's what direction that is, but on the far side of the fjord. Maybe we can try to avoid these fighters. How hard it is just to try to drag one of these over here. Hold it, hold it, hold it, and let go. Nope. Try it again. And again. Drag. Move. And another bomber, 2 bombers. Sorry, no, don't want to fly over land. I thought we could do that in one move. Hello, start again. Here, here, here. Oh, for what? Oh, it looks like we've flown in a whole circle, this guy. Okay. Yeah. And one more bomber. See, it's so hard to just zoom stuff around. I would like to check on the status of my other aircraft, but it's such a pain. Zooming out. Zooming out. Zooming out. Zooming out. Check. Oh, trying to just reshift the map upwards. I accidentally clicked on a unit and I select it. No, I just want to. Hello, I'm hitting escape. All I want to do is move the map northward. Dear God, nothing's ever easy with this game. Trying to fly back to base. Climbing up high. And we'll keep the jammers in, keeping them interested. Trying to zoom in now. Painful, just painful. Okay, where's my bombers? Taking the circuitous route as well. More mobile radar detected. My bomber comes in range. Let's see if we can't take this out. Out of range. Try again. Pause the game. Control F1. Okay, still out of range. Missile away. Well, I better give him a little more separation before I fire the second one. Okay. Missile away. Reduce speed so that we do not close on the enemy at our cruise. Uh-oh, enemy in the middle of the valley. So, what are we going to do? I think it's a good time to scatter. Of course, if we could actually get control of one of our aircraft, I clicked on it, And I'm trying to move his waypoint. Hello? Life cannot be this tough. Okay, let's try that. Trying to fire another missile. You accept my drag select. Hello. Oh, God. Again? Okay. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. Takes 5 seconds for him to accept a command. Let's see how the separation is going here. Okay, pause the game again so we can have some control. Try to zoom in. And let's see if it makes any difference for us diving down low. We're going over land because he's pretty much got this fjord bottled up. Yes. Will it work if we go down to minimum? Bird away. Okay, we're down on the deck, 20 meters. Almost down on the deck. Keep streaming it. Try again. Please accept the command. And it looks like we missed. Hello. Oh. Trying to click on it. As well as dive down low. Let's see how Severodvinsk holds out. Whoa, airburst! Whoa! Okay, since we can't see anything due to the airburst, I have to run for another 5 seconds. Fire another missile. Still waiting for him to accept my drag select. Okay. Too much separation between them. He's got too many opportunities to intercept. Oh, for the... Okay, here's what you have to... Here's another thing to watch out for. When you watch how it happens when I accidentally fly over land. Now I'm only 970 feet above ground level. That means I won't be able to fire. Watch. Hello. There we go. Not possible, altitude too low. So the weapon, I'm trying to stay at 1,000 meters, 1,000 feet. AI doesn't have enough brains to bring me up over. So I've got to come up what? Freaking heck. Just to fire a weapon, I've got to manually do this. There we go. Now let's try again. This is just an incredibly cumbersome and awkward user interface. Fire again. I think I'm going to have to pull this one out. Let's try that. Another flight. Another airburst. And the final missile. Birds away. Now it's personal time. Get out. Get out. Try to zoom out. We're going to do this one a little bit differently. We'll go out at maximum altitude. Let's see if that helps. The jamming. May have to bring this striker back in to try and kill this Severodvinsk. Another airburst. Do we get a hit? None registered. Oh, we did! We got it! We got it! Severodvinsk is dead! I think now it's time to fly these. Trying to select one. Okay, now we're going to move it up overland as well. Waiting for it to register. There we go. And the other one. He's chasing us, so we might as well lead him on a merry chase, as long as we survive. Hello? Hold, 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 release. Okay, time to break up Caveman 3. Simply because the one that's most distant, the target, is probably going to be very difficult to hit. So I'm going to have to come in more directly, perhaps. Certainly not my preference, but the units coming up the fjord might very well be wiped out by the fighters. So got to come up with backup plan, and that means going straight in with my third flight. There we go. It seems as though the enemy continues to shoot down whatever surviving missiles, but that's okay. He's just wasting more of his precious SAMs against and polluting his own backyard. We got what we came for. Caveman 3 dissolved. These are bomber bases, and I don't or divert bases, so I don't think I'm going to waste weaponry on them. Another helicopter base, and this is the strategic bomber base. Don't have to worry about them at this point in time. I think he's chasing after me, which is unfortunate. Maybe some of the jamming from this fleeing bomber will help. We'll jack it up to 15 seconds, see if we can't get any movement here. Bogey and a mobile radar has been lost. More bogeys lost. One bogey redetected. I'll take a quick look. We'll click up and down. Nope, nothing near them. Okay, we're getting near the target. We're climbing up. As I stated earlier about flying over land, now you have to worry about above ground level. So whatever the hell that is, you just can't say 1,000 meters stay above ground level by 1,000 feet. No. You've got to calculate it yourself wherever you happen to be flying. So that kind of... Why should I expect less? Or more? Okay, target's up. Let's see if we can't take out the power plant. There don't seem to be too many defenses around here. Hello. Shift F1. Drag select and wait and wait. And, there we go. I'll fire 2. If the first one gets taken out, that's all right. And whatever this other power station, electric power station. There we go. Lots more bogeys. Uh-oh. Does it look like he's closing on me? Sure feels like it. Let's change direction as best we can by dragging and pushing. Why is it stuttering? I don't know. Time to bring... Let's see if this bomber has escaped. Let's see if we can't bring him back into the fray. We might need him. The long distance one is the most difficult to get. Again, just because... Grab it! Move it! There we go! It's like physically digging the hole out of here. trying to fire on the power station. There we go. Drag select. There we go. To the Iova power station. Explosion! We've got one the atomic power plant, I think it is. Who's this up here anyway? This is the hydroelectric. Okay. So we got the atomic power plant. Oh, Afrikanda interceptor base. Okay, I think we can, if we have a bird, let's see if we can't put a couple onto him. 2,000. All right. Afrikanda, let's see if that helps. Yes, it does. Kola nuclear power has been destroyed. Let's try to destroy another interceptor base. Where is that? Here? Drag select. Wait. 2, 3. Interceptor base. There we go. Bird away. Incoming. So he's caught us. Let's see. Let's take a look closely. How badly has he caught us? What kind of missiles he got? Fire control, short range. All right. So he's going to get us. Maybe. Go jam. And maybe we fire another one. At whom? Say this one. Gammon! Let's get him before he gets us. Let's see if it gets off. The Iova hydroelectric is dead. We get 2 birds off. Now it's time to flee. I don't know if it makes a difference if we go military power or not. Continue to close on the last surviving target. Afrikanda interceptor base is it destroyed? One can only hope. Looks like. The enemy fires and destroys a couple of my attack missiles, see? Or did we get him? No, we got him first. Manchagor's interceptor base is destroyed. More messages, more. All right. Missile inbound. Let's see. Let's go to jam. Nine. Let's go jamming as well. Let's get out of here. I should have pulled these out a long time ago. They're not going. Their targets are already destroyed. So what's the point, right? We go to full military. I think I'm going to lose this one. We're closing on the target. Jamming. Another inbound. He's jamming. We're all jamming. Okay. And we're coming up on the target. One destroyed. My first one. Oh, I didn't think it was that one. I thought it was going to be this one. Okay, we'll continue. Machine gun fire. We killed it. I guess our tail guns got him. We're climbing up to launch our final missiles. More tail gun fire. Is that another loss on his? Wow. 2 fighters shot down. We're going to pause it. Time to pull out 2 more bombers. No need to risk them. The last target will either be destroyed by this bomber or this bomber. If he survives, I don't know if he'll make it. But we're climbing to release altitude. You're picked up. Interceptor. Go jam. We still have 8 weapons on us. The rear-facing radar. Another yak has been destroyed. Two. The enemy fighters must not be very happy with this. We're going to stop. Let's go. Let's turn off the rear radar. What the hell's the sonar on? Let's try not to give the enemy too many... Well, he already knows where we are, but... try to make it hard on him. Come on, we're within theoretical range. Not good enough. Let's see if we can't launch now. Nope, still out of range. Damn it. Try again. Here we go. And this time we're going to go all of them. Hello. Let's see how many to get through. We don't need this one anymore, so we're going to pull out. It's only a game, but I don't like to throw away lives for nothing. The missiles continue to fly. Okay, that's it for the missiles. Time to dive. Time to go home. Let's crank up, see if this actually moves the game a little. Zoom out. Pull out, pull out. Yeah, we could spend our time destroying all these other little targets here. To heck with it. This game's tough. Not so much tough, it's just a pain. So hard. Why would I make any more effort to waste time on it? So I'm just gonna. I've got what I've got from the targets for which I came, and now we can leave. Well, concluded. Let's see what the evaluation will be. Triumph, 7,000 points. Enemy lost. I lost 1 super fortress. That ain't half bad. So I guess I don't have to get the planes out, and we still have 2 hours to go. So that's what? 2/3 of the game. 2/3 of the time has elapsed, and I've lost 1 bomber. Valuation of it? It wasn't hard. You're fighting the interface. You're fighting the game. It's so much lag here. And I've got nothing else running. It's not a great computer system, but it's not a terrible computer system. This is just painful to play. I hope everyone who saw that just saw how absolutely awkward and cumbersome this user interface is, and the unresponsiveness. If you have nothing better to do but sit there and watch paint dry, yes, this is your game. However, for the length of this video, you lived it in real time. If you watched the whole thing, you saw it in real time. I had to live it in real time. This was only 18 strike aircraft. 18. Plus tankers. And just trying to refuel was an ordeal. Just trying to get things to run in the simplest way possible. It's too bad. The idea is not bad. The concept for this scenario is not bad. Just could have done this in Harpoon within an hour, easily, or less. This concludes FailSafe with Modern Naval Operations Northern Inferno.